Afternoon, everybody. How we doing? Live again? Live alive, oh. Got a few in already. There's already a few in. Let me just go to live chat. I don't know if that makes any difference, but you notice I've pinned a link to the manual up there because it is quite a complex beast, as a few people have said. So I thought if you want to follow along, I'll pop a link in there and you'll all be ready to help me then. That's the idea. Do it for me. That's what we need to do. Teamwork. So I think Mike Atlantis was in first, but he's dropped off the top. So hello, Mike. We've got Matamble. Joe, how you doing, mate? You're welcome. Michael Hyde. Hi, Michael. Rolf. Hi, Rolf. Ben, how you doing, Ben? Sorry, I still haven't got round to contacting YouTube for you yet, Ben. Apologies, but I don't know why there's been an issue. Someone's hidden you, apparently. 30's house, 26 degrees. Hi, Timothy. It doesn't look like it's going to be very service friendly, does it? Hi, Mike Cass. Chris Milky. How are you, Chris? This is Chris's radio, by the way, so we can blame him if it all goes wrong. Mick McGinn. Hi, Mick. No alignment procedures. No, I did try and find a service manual for this. It looks like it's available in the US of A somewhere, but I can't get a copy of it. So if anyone else got a service manual for this, that would be brilliant. Battery Maker's in. Hi, Bill. How are you? Brett. Hi, Brett. Rob Titheridge. Rob Titheridge. I haven't even had any finger in me yet. I've got some finger to put in me in a minute. You're live from Television City in Hollywood. Very nice, Bill. What are you up to? What are you up to? Afternoon, Les. Hello, it's jumped. It's jumped. Prepare for a cramped experience. No doubt. Hi, Benji. Hi, Sandra. Multi's in. Hi, Multi. Bob Anderson. Hi, Bob. Listening and cooking brunch. Oh, nice. Fry up. David Tag. Hi, David. Hi, Dorf. Hi, Danish. Shango will have the service manual. I bet he has. I did look on the Sam's website, actually. I don't think there's a Sam's available for this one, which is unusual because it's that sort of era. I think, well, I say that, I think it's at 95, something like that. You might have hidden Rolf by mistake. I don't think you can unless you've hidden him for yourself, Brett. Mick refuses. Hi, Mick. How are you, mate? Graham Eastwood. Hi, Graham. I think I did see you up further, Mick, so apologies for not saying hello. So yeah, we've got an update on the telly, the TV saga as well. It's not done. I was hoping it'd be done today. I thought we'd be on to the Nintendo today, but it's not the case. And it's my fault as usual. It's always my fault, isn't it? So I have done most of the work on this. I've now got a new resistor in there, a big beastie, and I've put new 180k resistors in here. What else have I done? I've replaced the bulging cap over here, but the main capacitor is the issue because I ordered quite a nice cap that cost me about £6 for one capacitor. I've got it over here, look. Very nice. Very nice. An Epcos. 100 microfarad at 400 volt. Very low ESR. Just the job. Problem is, it's too big to fit in the hole. So the gap here is too big for the capacitor. Look. It will not go in there. It will not go in there. It's only 3mm bigger than the existing one. If we look at the existing, well, the one that was in there before. See, it's not a lot of difference, really. Hold it up. Not a lot of difference. but enough difference to make a difference, if you know what I mean. So that one just slots right in there, look. But this one's resting against all the resistors, and it's just too... It's resting against the capacitors, resistors, everything. So it's just too dodgy to try and use it. So I've asked if I can have a credit for that, but whether I will or not, I don't know. I ordered it through Farnow, and I've ordered the right ones, so they'll be here probably Monday, Tuesday. And then I should be ready to get this one back up and running. But there was another query on this, and that's Les brought it up, and that was this alleged bleed-off resistor down here, or RS02 on the circuit. Let's just get you in a bit closer a minute. You can see it there, RS02, down in the corner there. Look. Let's get me poking tool. Down here, just there. RS02. That's supposed to be the bleed-off resistor. According to the schematic, it's a bleed-off resistor, but when you actually look at the print, it's actually not across the capacitor. So here's the capacitor. Now, in the circuit, it shows it as being across the capacitor. In other words, it would be probably between, where are we? This print here and this print over here somewhere. But it's not. It goes to here. So it's actually not bleeding this off. And this was sat at 300 odd volts for quite some time. It must have been sat at 300 volts for best part of an hour when we were looking at it initially. So that resistor is not bleeding off the voltage from that cap. So Les has suggested sticking another cap in parallel with this one to bleed it off. Not another cap. Where's the goat? Where's the goat? Hang on. We've got a goat issue. Yes. Sticking another resistor across here to help bleed this one off. Because, I mean, it's not 100% necessary, is it really? But the thing is, like Les said, if we power this up and it hasn't, still isn't working, we've got to get back in it, this is still going to be set at 300 odd volts. I think it was about 360, 370 volts. So, there. So I think Les has suggested something like a 470 across there. Obviously in the circuit it's got a 150 across it, but the circuit shows two filter caps, not one. So the circuit does differ from this particular board version, although the layout is pretty much the same. Apart from that, so I don't know if anyone's got any ideas on that, why they would have done that, but Les thinks it was a mistake when they built this different board with just the one cap in it instead of the two. I don't know, but that's something that we're looking at possibly doing, is putting a bleed-off resistor in there. But yeah, apart from that, that's fine. I had to stand this resistor upright. It's supposed to be axial, really. I had to put an extra little bit of wire on the leg there, look, just to get it into the circuit, but it's in there. So we're just waiting now for the next capacitor, then we're back in business. So there you are, that's the update on that one. So the next thing really was the microscope, and the microscope is proving a bit of a headache, to be honest. I've sorted out the lens now. I've got what I think is the correct size Barlow lens in it now. I've got a 0.5 times Barlow lens. That's got me much closer to the bench. It's lit up better. But the problem is the camera is not syncing with the microscope. So as I'm zooming up and down, it is moving, but the camera's going in and out of focus. And the camera will not it will not operate on the remote. It's got a little remote control with it. This will not work. Now, originally, the problem with this was it didn't have a battery in it. It had a little like pull-out plastic tab in the back, which I pulled out, assuming that energizes the battery, which it normally does. But lo and behold, there was no battery in it anyway. But this does absolutely nothing. I can be here all day long poking this, and it does nothing. So Les did say to look at it through the phone, actually, just to see if it was giving out infrared. So let's just have a look. Just put the camera on my phone. I'll aim it at it and push a button. Oops. Got a dirty lens. I'll catch up with the chat shortly. Yeah, that's definitely working. I can see it flashing on the phone camera. So I'm just looking at the phone camera. Where are we? I'll just hold it up. I don't know if you can see that flashing. Yeah, I think you can. It's flickering because of the refresh rate on the camera, but yeah, that is definitely working. But it's not operating the camera. Also, the software that came on it came on a little baby disc, one of these little mini. It was a CDR, I think, compact disc recordable. Yeah. But that won't work. I can't get that to work in my system. I've got an external CD DVD player plugged in, and it won't read this for some reason. Whether it's not compatible with the operating system, I don't know. So yeah, camera issues, but the microscope is absolutely bang on now. Perfectly usable. I did a little practice desolder of a little tiny SMD capacitor yesterday just to try it, but we are all good. So yeah, I need some help with the camera setup. It might be that I need to put some sort of attachment in between the camera and the adapter. Not really sure yet. Right, let's catch up. Hi there, Andy Beck. Hi, Andy, all right? Afternoon. Dids, we've got the finger. I'm going to put the finger in me in a minute. But first of all, I've got a Guinness, because if I let the Guinness go warm, if I let the Guinness go too warm, I get it overflowing onto the bench, which isn't good. The old goat's looking out for the Guinness today. Yeah, there he is. He's waiting for his Guinness. Yeah. Ooh, Mr. Goat. Afternoon, Derek. Cooper, how you doing, mate? I'm too big to fit in the hole. Yes, I could have forced it in. Yeah, it is pink. I'm not really sure why, Matamble. I think it's a 1 watt or half a watt something. I think it's a 1 watt. Hi, Jess, how are you? The station's gone on medium wave and long wave. Radio 5 and long wave 4. I know. Have I tried a software update? On the camera, no, I haven't, Aaron, because you need a TF card for that, and I haven't got any TFs. I got CFs, SDs, all sorts of formats, but I have not got a TF card. Joe French, morning from you in California. Very nice. It's a bit warmer over there. Saying that, it's warm enough here. Just a bit overcast today. It's been raining. It's been raining, sunshine, bit of everything. Rob, afternoon, Rob. How are you? So yeah, we better get the goat situation going, don't we? We better get the goat is Guinness. Let's get the mug out, ready. And I've got these full-size cans that Mrs. Cruncher found. Look at that. That's the proper stuff. None of that zero business. Look. 538 mils. That's a pint, isn't it? Pint can. Chill, open, pour, enjoy. Just the job. TF cards are the same as SD cards, is that right? Get the goat drunk, yeah. That gets too feisty when he's had a few. It's bad enough as it is. I can't find my blue roll now. So yeah, the Guinness is going in. I wonder what TF stood for. Something flash. Right. There we go. We're set. We're all set. Your cheap digital microscope. You're drinking the small Guinness, Mike. It's a big can Guinness, that one, isn't it? It's a monster can. Right. Let's have a look at today's victim then. So I did put some pictures out to my Patreons and channel members just to let them have a bit of a sneak preview on this one. It's an impressive looking radio actually. I've never seen one of these, but it's very similar to some of the radios that we had over here. Some of the world band radios, a Binatone, World Star, that sort of era really. I believe it was 95. Let's see this. We've got a light button, but we've got a BFO on this as well, which is a bit unusual. Oh, it's getting blown out by the light, I think. See, we've got BFO on it. We've got squelch, tone and volume. So not only have we got BFO, we've got squelch as well, because it has got UHF and VHF. It's got everything on this thing. It really is. Oh, sorry about that, Rob. Let's zoom you in and I'll show you what bands it's got on it. That. So that is a lot of bands. I mean, the only band that I can think that's missing from it is the CB band. I know some of these did have CB bands on them. We've got a bit of a light situation going now. Just reflections off the bench. So, yeah, aircraft control band. Well, that is the air band. So this is going to be interesting to see if we can get any air band today. But that's in the VHF. Then we've got Public Service Band 3. Now this goes, as you can see, up to 470 megs, if I just get it that way a little bit. It goes right up to 470 megs. So, I mean, it's just outside the amateur radio band, really. So I'm not sure what's in there in the UK, but you never know, we might find something on it. Public Service Band 3, that's up to 50 megs. 30 to 50 megs. Again, I don't think there's a lot in there. You used to have cordless phones somewhere around about 30, 31 megs. And I think there was there's baby monitors in here somewhere as well. But not really sure. It's a long time since I've listened to anything in those bands. And we got Public Service Band 1. Now this is 144 up to 174. It's got a little mark in the middle for weather. If you can see that, we've got a little mark there for weather. But this is in the amateur band, VHF high. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we can get anything in the amateur band. Maybe depends whether anybody's on or not today. Then we've got our normal FM broadcast band alert, right up to 108, which is good. Shortwave band, we've got two shortwave bands with three, because it's got marine band in it as well, which is is near that. Well, it's part of the shortwave band really, isn't it? So pretty much we've got coverage with no gaps from 1.6. Let's zoom you out a bit. So we've got coverage from 1.6 megs right the way down to 20, well, right the way up to 22 megahertz, that is. So quite a wide bandwidth on it. It's nice to have it in smaller scales. And right at the top, we've got AM broadcast band, which is obviously our medium wave band. So there's not a lot on that, as Jess has just said. Martin, how are you, mate? So a TF card and a micro SD card, is it? Thanks, Bob. Someone help Aaron with his digital Freeview box. I have it wired correctly to my monitor, but can't receive any stations. Not sure, Aaron. I take it you're hooking it up to a computer monitor rather than a television, but I don't know whether that makes any difference. How you doing, Martin? Aaron, 3 public service bands. Never seen that on a radio. No, very rare to get UHF on a radio as well. Almost as good as SDR. It's pretty much. John Hurd died, John. You have got 2 accounts, yes. Dave Rhodes, how are you, mate? Yeah, nothing to listen to on the CB band. There is a bit about from time to time on CB bands, but not much. Nice drop of the black stuff. So I asked Chris what was up with this. Oh, it looks like we've got fine tuning as well. That's interesting. So we've got tuning on the outside. Oh, you can't really see what I'm doing there. I didn't notice that until now. So we've got fine tuning on the inside one and coarse tuning on the outside one. That's nifty. Feels a bit stiff, but does need a service. So like I said, I asked Chris what he wanted to do into this. Apparently it's a bit intermittent. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. He wants it recapped. He wants the capacitors done in it. And also he wants to add a BNC. So if we look at the aerial setup on this, where are we? There. So we've got 2 aerials on this. We've got a UHF aerial and a shortwave FM VHF aerial. So this is the UHF. Now Chris wants to add a UHF jack to that. What am I trying to say? A BNC. So I assume you can plug an external aerial directly into there with a BNC connector. So I have got one to add. So it's a BNC. So it's just going to mean drilling a hole in the top, which is sacrilege, really, isn't it? But what I'll try and do is get the spacing exactly the same as this. So have this emitter one and have the other 2 exactly the same distance either side of it. That will make it look a bit nicer, but yeah, it's in really good nick, this really. It's a shame to do that, but I don't think there's any other way, really. You know, we've got an external aerial socket down here, but that's just for this aerial, really. Shortwave FM and VHF. There's no external plug for a UHF. And I've also dug out some miniature coax for that as well. This is very fine coax. I think it's silver plated, PTFE coated, and all the rest of it's good stuff. Because we want a bit of shielding, but we should just be able to parallel it up with this one, hopefully. Afternoon, Mac Vision. You just posted your first YouTube video, Martin. Whoa. Afternoon, Derek Taffman. So we'll have to go and have a look at Martin's YouTube video later. Afternoon, Mac Vision. The Patrolman 8 has a CB bun. Thanks for that, Brett. Instructions very few. We've got state antenna to RF in. You've got an aerial connected to your Freeview box. I take it, Aaron, have you? You do need an aerial, mate. Unless you're satellite Freeview, but yeah, you need an aerial. Oh, BNC is for VHF. Okay, you've already got a VHF external connector there, Chris. You know, you have got an external VHF there, because you might be able to get an adapter to plug in there to connect a BNC on. That's a possibility. Where's my little stash of connectors gone? Huh. I know exactly where it was, but it ain't there anymore. Let me just go and find it. I'm sure you said UHF, but VHF it is then, right? Where's my little pot of connectors gone to then? I've got to tidy up here and they've disappeared. Oh, I see them. I see them. So I think that's what they call like a Motorola connector, which is one of these. So if you were to plug that in there, then you'd need one of those to BNC adapter. I'm sure I've got something. Oh yeah, no, that's an N type to BNC, isn't it? TNC to BNC. Yeah, so that would get you on there, Chris, with just an adapter to BNC. I'm surprised I haven't got one of those. Oh, I've got one somewhere, definitely. It's probably on the back of a radio somewhere. It could be on the back of one of my sets here, actually. Yeah, I'm sure I've got one of those somewhere. No, that's the wrong way. Yeah. Yeah, so you could go with something like that. And then SMA to BNC, but that's the wrong way round, isn't it? You want the BNC. No, I haven't quite got all the adapters. Oh, there we are. There we are. So something like that. So then we've got, it's a bit of a tree, but That would do the job. So you've then got a BNC to connect your aerial to. That. The antenna flops about. Well, that doesn't move really. If you've definitely got a Motorola adapter, one of those, and not one of these. They are different. That's pretty solid. But I can pop that on there, Chris. I think I can anyway. I think I can. Let's get the schematic up again. John Hughes, afternoon. Am I familiar with the KLV 550 by RM Italy? Now I've got a couple amplifiers here, but yeah, I think I know the one you mean. I have got one here somewhere, I think, that that came from Fred. It's got popped output transistors in it. Patrolman 8 sent it to Goodwill. Oh no. You do need to tune the aerial, Aaron. I take it you've got a digital antenna, and you've got one of those little boxes for tuning it in. You've obviously got to point it in the right direction. I've got one here somewhere that I set mine up with. But you won't get anything at all if you're not pointing in the right direction with the aerial. Oh, high gain digital antenna is connected to the RF jack on the Freeview box, so it's all well connection wise. But have you aligned the aerial, Aaron? Have you got it pointing in the right direction? Rob posted a video last week. I haven't watched that yet, Rob. Brett, got rid of your RFM 3s and your 505s. Whoa. Swap out the Moto jack for a BNC jack. Yeah, maybe, Joe. That could be an idea. What's that, Derek? Coding you do RCA. Oh, couldn't I do RCA to BNC? Wouldn't put weight on the socket. RCA to BNC. I got RCA to BNC the other way round. But that won't fit that socket. That's a Motorola one. It's got it's basically the car aerial socket. So I assume this was designed to be taken in the car as well. Out doing a bit of DXing. All right, John, I'll see which one it is I've got here and let you know. You've tried an aerial in all directions. Have you actually aligned the aerial though, Aaron? Or are you just trying to point it? Because it's got to be pretty bang on, otherwise you won't get anything at all. Afternoon, Gavin. How are you, mate? Heaving a sofa. I put it on the on everything, Rob. There you go. It's on the credits. It's on all the Patreon and channel membership stuff. You must have seen it. You must have seen it, Rob. It's a realistic Patrolman 9. Right, okay. So it looks like we're going to be putting a BNC socket up in the top here to sit up alongside that one. Obviously that way up. So I found one with a tag because we've got no ground on the chassis, so I'm going to have to drill a hole in the top and pop that in. I don't know if there would be a way. I suppose I could try and convert that to BNC. Chris, is that something that you'd rather try? Convert that to BNC? Afternoon, Daniel, how are you? I don't have a Discord yet, John. I don't really got enough sort of followers to do a Discord, really. Not enough patrons and channel members yet. I can link a Discord to my channel membership, I believe, but you can give me drop me an email if you want. There you go. Yeah, we're both fine, Daniel. Thank you. Convert the Motorola to BNC. That sounds great. We'll try that, Chris, because that would be less destructive, and you could always convert it back if you ever decided to sell it, couldn't you? The only thing is whether we've got enough room to get the BNC connector in there, if you know what I mean. Because there's not a very long thread on it. So we might be able to. I think that would be better, wouldn't it, than drilling a hole in it if we could use an existing one. And the other option is to use the headphone jack. Pop it in there. Pop it in the headphone jack, maybe. But then you wouldn't have a headphone jack then. It's food for thought. So you'll have to let me know, Chris, what your preference is. So we've got three options. We could stick it in the headphone jack. We could pop it in the Motorola hole, or we could drill a hole in the top. I think my preference would probably be trying to stick it in there, but I might have to do a bit of butchery to get it to fit. Get it to fit. Probably have to glue it in place as well a little bit to stop it moving. Afternoon, Yaz. How are you, mate? Got a proper hacker aerial for a Sovereign 2. Whoa, that is lucky, Daniel. I could use a few of those. Low phosphate levels. Not sure what that means, Aaron. Never sounds good, does it? I've got to go and have my potassium levels done. I had an appointment in the week, but forgot all about it, unfortunately. Bit naughty. Hi, Gia, how are you? So I have got some more BNC connectors. If this one doesn't fit, I've got some other options. So I reckon we can do that, Chris. We'll have a look at that. So we've got to see if this thing works. We've got to have a look at it and see if it works first, don't we? My bench is in a hell of a mess behind here. I must take some time out and clean it up. Let's have a look in the back. Open. Got our obligatory, what voltage is that? Probably 120, yeah. 60 hertz. Well, we haven't got 60 hertz here. I have got an AC to AC converter that this would work with. So we could test the mains, but really I'm not going to be messing with the mains side of it. Got a bit of corrosion on the battery springs. They're a bit rusty, so I might need to give them a little bit of a clean up before I can try it on battery. But there's no external power socket that I can see. Twang. So yeah, there is no service manual for this one. Just wonder whether I just get it out of the case to try it, or whether I try and hook onto here. Don't know which one has got the lead on it. So it looks like it's a 6-volt radio. Yeah, 6 volts. Jutka, how are you, mate? Be nice to see some serious drilling. Serious drilling. Convert the Motorola, chat. No worries. No worries, John. So let's, I think what I'm going to do is pop the back off first. It looks like it just comes unscrewed. Is this thing made in Japan? Got to be in it. Radio Shack Tandy. Doesn't say made in Japan, but it's going to be in there. So let's use a Japanese screwdriver. Yeah. I just want to have a look inside just to see how it's laid out electrically. It's going to scare me, I expect, once I open this up. I might run a mile. Throw it at the dogs. Ant, afternoon, Ant. How are you? Good to see you, mate. Always good to have new people in the chat. So if you're lurking, just come and say hello. We won't bite. Serial drilling. Oh, hello. We've got different length screws. We've got a long screw on the right, short screw on the left. Never a good sign, is it? We've got one in the battery compartment there. That's obviously got to come off. So another short screw, a silver one this time. So silver screws in the battery compartment, black screws on the outside. Another short one. Looks like they just hold the bracket in there. They might not need to take those off, I don't know. Okay. Right. Cool. Smells a bit electrically inside. Electrically? Smells a bit like electrical burning. It's a nice smell. I actually like that smell. I like it. I like it. What have we got here then? So that's the UHF antenna. That looks like it's just on a clip. So we can pull that one. Yeah, there's all sorts of jiggery pokery going on with the antenna. Look at a little diddy aerial. That's a baby aerial, the UHF. Look at that. Very nice. Yeah, so I'll connect it up the same as that, see what happens. We've got a resistor between the ground and the pin for some reason. We'll look at that on the schematic in a minute. But the main reason for opening the back up is to see where the connections are, and it looks like positive and negative are down here. Excuse me, bashing the microphone. That's our mains connector, and this is absolutely teeming with those grey coloured capacitors. Let's see. Oh, that will actually come off the board there. Let's just undo that. I can take that area out of the way. Let's take a picture of it first. I'll get you in a bit closer. Hi Theo, how are you, mate? Recommended by the coder. Thanks, Mr. Coder. Phil's a good chap. Well, CO3DR, isn't it? I don't know. Coder. COD3R. Yeah, nice one, Daniel. Well done. How you keeping, Theo, mate, anyway? Just make it into a perfume. So some notes say that external antennas can cause overload on the rig. Oh, I think they're referring to HF bands, yeah. Discone would work well, Gavin, actually, wouldn't it, for VHF? Definitely. In fact, you could swap it over to UHF as well. Right, I was just going to take a picture of which was which on this aerial plug here. If I can get in here. That's better. So this unplugs. Let's get you in a bit closer so you can see what I'm up to. So I'm just down here on the aerial leads, which is this yellow and black. So that drops that down out of the way. There we are. Perfectly serviceable. So like I say, if you look down at the back panel here, come back out a bit, that's the setup for the aerial. This is our center pin. You can see there's a resistor there between the ground and, I don't know whether that's to match it to, is it to 50 ohms? What is it? It looks like brown, red and green. All you resistor code color fans out there. That's scary, scary PCB. It's not as bad as I thought, actually, because it is mostly on a PCB. There's not a lot of external wiring, which is really good. I thought it was going to be a bit like a rat's nest when I opened the back, but no, that's actually better than I thought. Still going to be pretty scary, but it's not as scary. So, what did I say? Brown, red, and green. 1.2 meg? Yeah, Timothy, 1.2 meg. You're seeing pink, red and cyan. You colourblind, Joe? Welcome back, Rob. We didn't know you'd gone. Yes, it certainly is populated nicely. It's got more population than our village. Zoom you out a little bit, it's not getting too close. So it looks like we've got lots of VHF, UHF goodness in this box. So this must be the UHF box, because that's where the aerial's connected. UHF front end even. Lots of coilage up here going on, so that's all the little trimming coils that you do not want to touch those, because you'll mess up the frequencies. A hell of a job with those on a radio. I can't remember which one it was now. It was one of the ones that Darren sent me on, the chap that runs the Airband site. Lots of fun and games with those. But we've got a lot of capacitors in here. We've got a gnarly power supply with a little diddy transformer down the bottom. You can't quite see that. It's down in here. So we've got a little transformer. There's something taped up there. I don't know what that is, but it looks happy enough. It's probably a ferrite or something like that. So I'm not going to touch the main side of it. I assume that goes onto the board. There must be a bridge rectifier on it somewhere. Well, this has got to be the amplifier section. Again, you can't see. Let's just zoom you out a little bit more. Don't go too far because you won't be able to see everything. So this looks like it's the output stage. Driver, 2 outputs. Pre-driver. So this is going to be the capacitor hungry area. We've got a lot in there. Is there some diodes in there somewhere? Maybe the bridge rectifier is wrapped up in this somewhere. I don't know. All interesting stuff. It's going to be a bit of a pain to take the board out, but it's going to have to come out to get these caps. But first of all, we want to try it, don't we? We want to fire it up. So yeah, we've got different tuning caps for different bands probably. A massive great bank of switches here. So if Chris is getting intermittent operation, it's more than likely it's going to be these band switches. It's a nice little mechanism that moves the pointers as well. We've got another big switch up here. One of those like cassette recorder switches, look, big long thin one. It's not too scary. It's fairly serviceable, to be fair, because I get at the back of all the switches and potentiometers there and get into that switch there quite easily. There's dial cords on there, which we need to definitely make sure we don't pull off. Yeah. Let's hook it up to some power then, shall we? So it's 6 volts. Let's get my power supply down to 6 volts. Let's find the end of it. off one of my plugs. So I'm just using these old test leads at the moment with banana plugs. And connect that up. Positive first, then the negative. I've not got any aerials connected at the moment, that's the only thing, but let's get him round business end and see what's working and what isn't. Zoom out. Right. There's the mains battery switch. Because at the moment we're drawing no current whatsoever. No, nothing. Right, let's have a look at the switch then. So this is the switch here. Is it? No. So yeah, this is the switch just here. Let's get the multimeter up. Murat, how are you, mate? From Istanbul, welcome. Got the negative on the wrong battery connection. Ah, that would explain it, Mick. Thank you. Yes, it's got to be on that one down there, isn't it? Good call. Try that. Okay. Glad you're looking out for me, Mick. I've just reconnected it there. Okay, still nothing. Let's have a look then. No doubt it's something I'm doing wrong, isn't it? So we've got our 6 volts there between those two. Where does that go to? It goes on to there, comes up, Disappears beyond the board somewhere. Okay. What's going on here? I don't seem to have power here for some reason. That's definitely the switch. Let's find a ground on here. No voltage on the switch. According to the diagram, the power is switching the negative. So if we go from positive then to here, 5.8, 5.8, so power is going through that switch. If I break that, we're losing voltage. We're losing about 0.2 of a volt somewhere. Yes, that switch is definitely working. So I'm not really showing you the full story here, am I? So if you look at the meter there, if I go between the positive and the negative, that's my voltage from the power supply. Pardon me, 6.02 roughly. So as Mick says, this is switching the negative. So if I go from the positive on the battery terminal to that terminal there, drop down to 5.7. So it's dropped 0.3 of a volt somewhere in the circuit, I'm not sure. Now if I go on the output of that switch, look, we've still got the same voltage. Just see if I can hold that on there. And there at the same time, if I switch it off now, and back on. So that switch is definitely working. We're losing a little bit of voltage somewhere, but it could be... Let's get the schematic out. Let's get into schematicville. Yeah, we'll get to the bottom of it, Chris. You use AC, yeah. Could be a diode, yeah, it does sound like that, doesn't it? Or a transistor. I wouldn't have thought there was anything in between, but you never know. Let's have a look at the schematic then. So here we are. Hopefully we're in schematicville. Let's get me off your page a minute. Can we view that full page? Okay. So there's a power supply area down the bottom here. So yeah, we have got a diode there, that D601. So that would be our 0.3 voltage drop. And we've got a nice capacitor to ground there, but we're not shorted. We're not shorted. Just not drawing any power for some reason. I haven't had a good play with all the buttons and everything yet, but so yeah. Positives coming in. back out through. This is positive ground then. Let me just zoom out a minute so you can see the whole of the setup there. And I'm just going to skip to Lou while you have a good peruse of the schematic. I take it that's just a protection diode to stop someone reversing it. Right, I'll be back. So if anyone wants a closer look at the schematic on their own desktop, then there is a link to that at the top of the chat there. I've pinned it for you. Click on that, that takes you straight to the user's manual, which has got this schematic in it. So this is not a service manual, this is just the user's manual. So let's have a look. Where is that switch to then? So there's our goes out. Where's our switch? That's a dial lamp switch. Is the dial lamp only working on AC then? So that's our bridge rectifier. Positive and negative. Oh, there's a power switch there, look. Down the bottom, it says power SW. Right in front of your eyes, Graham. I just wondered if this one was open circuit, whether that would stop it working with switch there. That's going to put through there. What's that linked to here then? So we've got a link. Oh, of course, yeah, this power switch is linked to the volume pot as well, isn't it? Of course it is. Okay, shut up, Graham. So we're powering it up here. I have got my leads the right way around, haven't I? Yes. So let's have a look. How is this powering the circuit up? It's powering it up there. We've got another electrolytic in there. So I should have voltage at R516 if we could find out where that is. 33 ohm. I should have power to the output transistors. That one. To the collector of the output transistor. Thermistors. Yeah, we certainly need to find this rail R516. If we got power at R516, then all of this circuit should be energized, shouldn't it? Which should spark it into life, because this is the amplifier. So I think what I'll do is I'll see if I can get the multimeter in shot, and as I probe areas, I'll tell you what I'm poking, if I can find it. As I say, I haven't got... there's another issue in that there's no component values on the screen print whatsoever. Oh dear. So all I can do then really is probe whichever one of those three is the output. We should have the voltage on the collector of the transistor. I'll just come off a full screen a minute. Let's get my chat up as well. Well, mate. Is Graham trying to force current in the opposite direction again? No. I was just connected to the link wire, not the actual ground. Saying that, now that probably would have been okay. Why, it's just totally deaf, isn't it? It's almost like there's a wire off somewhere, but it does seem to be connected. Unless there's a, is there a mains battery switch? I don't know. Squelch, tone, volume. Hang on. Let's forget that. Because I'm actually testing the wrong switch. Oh dear. Hi Murat. Welcome, mate. Polarity was right, so don't worry about the polarity. No reverse polarity occurred here. Maury, good morning, afternoon, evening to you as well. Get to eavesdrop today. We're finishing up a timing belt replacement. Oh, nice. Not sure what happens when you connect car jumper cables backwards. No, I don't want to know. Power switch in the negative. It is. You are right there, Mick. Battery goes through a diode, a D601. Yeah. I'm trying to catch up. No, I didn't connect it up the wrong way round. I did not connect it up the wrong way round. I just connected it to the link wire, not to the actual wire going to the set. It switches between AC and DC automatically. Thanks for that, Chris. So I think we still may have an issue with the power switch because I was looking at the wrong switch. I was looking at the switch in the squelch, which is indeed working, but the switch for the switch for the on off is the other one, which is Where are we? This one here. We'll just need to come over a bit. Up here. So this one here is the on-off switch. I was testing the squelch over here. No squelching. We need to test this one. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Yeah, it's a shame there's no screen print on it, but you know, I can't have it all, can we? Let's zoom you out. So let's just clip onto that, so you keep having to hold the clip on. So that's our positive. So one side of this is going to be our power, and the other side, yeah, it's going through that switch as well. Oh, hang on. No, they're switching. What's it switching? Should it be switching across here, maybe? Ah. It's come to life. What the hell is this switch then? What's going on here? What is going on here? Yeah, it's intermittent, so if I move it, tap it, tappy tap. No. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Let's connect an aerial up to that then. Yeah, there's something down there on that switch, but I just can't understand. I'm not sure what's going on with the switch.
I celebrate the 10th anniversary of changing the law which allows same-sex couples to marry in England and Wales. I'll be hearing stories about all sorts of same-sex weddings. From the first ever gay couple to marry, the boys at the window.
Sounds pretty good, actually.
Your dreams of peaceful days and family. Join me for some heartwarming stories. Just search for Danny Beard on same-sex love and marriage.
Pray I can shift the supplies. Commander dead and all the talk being a peace. So, chop us some firewood. It will be warm in the evenings, and that really is something these days.
When war comes, all of our dreams change.
That'll be radio 2, radio 3,
There.
radio
All that
4.
stuff. I've been keeping something for you.
Hmm.
Secret. You'll see. Well, what do you see?
It's Yvette's red boots.
You've always wanted them. They're yours. Come on,
Yeah.
quickly before a change.
Catherine does not touch his red. Keeps touching her head.
It won't leave any mark. And if it does, I won't be.
Yeah, it's a shame we haven't got the service manual. Anybody got any idea where we get the service manual for this thing? Bill, you've been deleted. Why have you been deleted? But you can't use the caps, Bill. It don't like the caps. It don't mind a few caps, but not a lot of caps. Aaron managed to Aaron managed to get it just underneath the caps thing. No, it's got a separate dial
This is
lamp
only dumb on account of the
button on
war as
it.
well. A soldier stuffed something in her mouth when she was young. And I won't be seeing Swiss cheese again. And where it is, God only knows. Damn this sodding war.
A few months have passed, and the war has been good to Mother Courage.
War is business, just with lead instead of cheese.
The chaplain and Catherine have been pulling the wagon. It looks dirty and neglected, but it's laden with new goods. For months, Mother Courage has been wearing a chain of silver coins.
War kills off the weak, does it? They don't exactly have a ball in peacetime, do they? War feeds its people better.
Oh, does it? Well, tell that to Mariupol. In this scene, the Protestant Swedish king dies at the Battle of Lutzen. Peace threatens to ruin Mother.
Okay, let's put the power off a minute. I'm just a bit confused about this whole switch situation here, because I've got to assume that the switch goes across there, but I'm getting voltage both sides of the switch, which seems strange, unless it can't be working on an IC, because, well, there is an IC in this, but I think it's an IF. It's not anything too fancy. Let's put it on buzzer anyway. Let's just go across here, which I think that's 11 ohms. 66. Okay, that's open there. Between there and there. So if we close the switch, or open the switch, I mean. Yeah. Close the switch. Yeah, so that's the switch there on the bottom. the bottom two. 18 ohms. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure why I've got power both sides of that then when it's switched on. So let's turn it back to volts. Let's pop the power back on. Let's knock some more stuff off the bench. So if I go to that side of the switch, we've got our voltage, and we go to that one, got nothing. If I switch it, that should come through there. But I haven't. It doesn't seem to be switching the voltage through. I don't know what's going on there. 0.22 of a volt.
You can hardly see the scar anymore, but she thinks we can stare at her. Everything.
What's going on here?
I am moving. What? Please, will break me. I just brought in new...
So when the current's flowing, the voltage disappears. If I stop it by pushing on it, it's definitely a dodgy switch.
Listen to the chaplain. He's a windbag. He's been washing the dishes and helping pull the wagon. Him! Pulling! Ah!
Yeah, not sure what's going on there, really.
Unreliable. And are you reliable? If I'm nothing else, I'm reliable. Cheers!
Hmm.
I only ever had one that told me was reliable. A lazy bugger. He sold the children's blankets. So don't you give me reliable. You still got...
Strange.
I admire you for that. Don't tell me you've been dreaming of me with bones. And now, here we are, with your legendary brandy.
Thanks, Joe. It does, yeah.
And then the back pay that goes. Who's going to buy my famous brandy then? Hey? Have you been paid?
Got some Capacitors CSR bingo.
So why stay? Better to visit friends. And here I am.
Yeah, not sure what's going on there. I'm sure it's probably something I'm doing wrong. But, I don't know if you can see that or not.
Only a bit moth-eaten, that's all.
With respect to the battery, not ground, it's positive ground.
And what business is it of yours?
Well, I'm measuring from the positive supply here. So you think I should be measuring from a ground on the radio? Sort of say that's a ground.
You are a hyena of the battlefield, don't you blame the beast. Arnold, what? Insult my friend. You have meat.
Don't be quiet. Your intentions are all too transparent. But you, Anna, view peace as a snotty old handkerchief.
No.
It shows me you want war, because then you make a profit. Eh?
Let's try there.
No love of war. Not what it's done to my family. And I will not be called a hyena. I'm done with you, Mr. Arnie Chaplin.
You're complaining about peace because of bits of old rubbish on the back of your wagon?
My good's I got old rubbish. It's what I live on. And you as well. Up until now.
Exactly. You live off the war.
Ignore him. You should sell all that stock on your wagon now, before prices drop to nothing. Now that is very sensible advice.
Because the cook says so.
Because it's common sense. I better get to market. I'll get dressed. 15 love to me, Chaplin. You shouldn't have taken me home. A cockfight like that is fitting in your cassock.
If you don't keep your tracks, I will kill you, whether it's fitting or not.
The former
We might end up having to pull that switch apart to clean that. But yeah, I'm not really sure there, Derek, why I'm not measuring the voltage. Probably it is something I'm doing wrong. Yeah, for sure. Do you think I get a voltage both sides?
to the night, all in black.
Good morning.
Try from the battery negative.
Is this Mother Courage's watering hole?
Indeed it is, madam, and with whom do we have the pleasure?
With Frau Colonel Starhemberg. Is Mother Courage herself here?
Ah, the Frau Colonel Starhemberg wishes to speak with you.
Oh, I see. Come in. What can I do for you, Frau Colonel?
Mother Courage.
Yes.
No.
I've just come to see how you are.
Catherine, come out. It's the bed.
Leave me alone, Mother.
So, madam, you know this...
Ah, yeah, that is working now.
You could say so. Although he's got fat.
Well, you're no longer the slimmest either.
That is working now, Derek, so yeah, you're right. It's just the way I was working it. So if we look now at the meter,
Oh, doesn't that
if I go on that switch,
My husband, the Colonel, died a few years ago.
Well, the old bloke
6 volts,
His older brother.
6 volts. If I switch it off, still got switch 6 volts there. Let's go on there. So that's the incoming wire there. That's the output.
Taking care of your pipe.
And smoke.
Luckily, I can.
So I'm now connected down to the battery negative rather than the positive. So that switch is working, but it is intermittent. There's a problem on the pole inside the switch itself, so we're going to have to get that out. So how the hell do we get this thing apart then? It always confuses me when you got battery positive sets and battery positive grounds, and so confusing. Right, yeah, got you, Rob. Thanks, and Mick. We're there. Just measuring from the wrong. I did say it would be me, didn't I? It is so confusing when stuff has got positive ground. A lot of these American sets are the same, aren't they? I think that other one that I did is exactly the same. Right, how are we going to do this then? So we've got that connected. I've got no choice. I need to get that plate off then, really, and thread that cable through the hole. Disconnect those battery terminals. Then I can start pulling it apart. It's got to come apart, so let's pull it apart. So yeah, cheers for that, Mick and Rob and Derek Cooper and everyone else that was shouting at the screen at the time. So I'm just taking off the mains bit here so I can push that plug through. I don't know if there's a way of disconnecting it. No, there's not. I'm going to pop those screws back in there because they are shorter than the other ones, just to remind me that that's where they go. I need to fire the soldering iron up. In fact, it's easier to snip those off than it is to desolder them. So I'm going to snip that bar on that. Pop that down out the way. Think positive, yeah. Think negative, positive, negative thoughts. Or negative, positive thoughts. Right, that's that. But it looks like it's on pillar screws. There's one here, there's one at the top, one there, one over here. Looks like that screw there. And one down here. So we've got lots of these little pillar, not little, but you know, pillory type screws. Don't want to stand up now, does it? Zoom you out a little bit so you can see what I'm undoing in case anyone ever else decides to work on one of these things. I wouldn't, but you know. So it looks like some of these have got washers and some haven't. So this one's got a washer up here. Take a picture of that as well. Always take a picture. It doesn't take 2 seconds to get your phone out, does it? But the number of times I've not taken a picture, then a wire comes off and you think, where did that wire go? It becomes an absolute headache, especially when you've got no board markings. Although we have got a schematic, which is very good. I'm just taking a few pictures of wires in case one jumps off somewhere. You never know. I ought to put up a reference library of all the pictures of boards and that I've taken, really, to help other people in the future, I know. Where's that one go? That goes down in underneath there. To there. The other thing that tends to jump out is aerial wires, but that's going to be difficult if one of those drops off. Okay. It looks like that's the only one with a washer on. Doesn't look like any others have got a washer on them. Not to worry. I know. I think I'm a glutton for punishment. And where's the other one? We've got one down there. I did find a site over in the States that had a service manual for one of these. I think it was $22, but they don't deliver to the UK. A lot of these US sites don't deliver to the UK now. If they did, it would be like ridiculous postage. Crazy postage. Right, so we're going to have to pull these knobs. So let's put them both fully clockwise. Pull them. No doubt we're going to have to pull the knobs off the front. Denob it. Just on spline shafts. Again, we should have put that to minimum, really. Which it is. Tones minimum. Squelch. And this one. Let's wind that all the way anti-clockwise to the higher end of the band. Is that right? No, lower end of the band on FM. What's that? We're getting there. It does smell. It smells like something's burnt at some stage. I can't see any burning in here though, but so we've got a screw in the middle. Again, I'm doing this for my own use as well. When I come to put it back together, I may well need it. So we've got a screw in the middle there. Yeah, it looks like we've also got one up here. Something still holding it. We've also got another one here. Hell. Screw City. Yeah. That one there. Yeah. That one there as well. And we know we've got this one here on this little UHF section. That's certainly attached to the chassis. Yeah, I think if we undo these, we're in business. Always pays to not take them fully out first until you're 100% sure. So these are, I bet these are all different sizes, aren't they? Same size so far. There's that other one in there. Still the same size. Yep, still the same size. And this one. All the same size, so that's good. And we've got 5 screws. 5 screws, Graham. Okay, let's have a look what else we've got here then. So that'll come off. These wires will still be attached, but I think that's probably okay to leave for a minute. What we don't want is any dial cord twanging, okay, which we're gonna have because it looks like, oh, someone's glued it in as well. So the dial cord up here, look, it needs to be over this side to disconnect it, but if I was to keep on yanking that, I think we'd have a, yeah, we'd have the dial cord off. So that's got to come off of there. Let's just wind it this way a little bit. So this is in that window, and it looks like we're going to have to take the dial cord off of the pointer, and someone has super glued it on. Oh no, no. It's been super glued on. Okay. Let's get it down into a sensible position where I can get on it a bit easier. Great. Hi Keith, how are you? The burning smell will be from the 120-volt transformer being plugged into 240. It shouldn't have done, Derek, because it's come from the US of A, so I haven't plugged it in. Let me have a look, see if that is super glue holding that in. Is it super glue or is it? Is it tacky glue? Oh dear, how are we going to get that out? What the hell? Why have they glued that in? Why would they do that? So yeah, basically it has been glued in the dial cord. Let's just get you in a bit. I can hear something. There's something rattling around inside as well. Don't know what that is. Something's rattling around. Yeah. I was going to focus. So yeah, you can see through the window there, look. That's our dial pointer, which is a long pointer that hooks in underneath the glass. Now I could twist it all the way. I could twist it all the way this way. And if I got hold of it and twisted it all the way that way, it would come out, but it would jump off of the thing. So they've glued. There is actually, you can see the glue there, look. So you can see they've glued it there and there. Let's see if I can get a little craft knife a minute and see if it'll chip away. No. Gonna have to get a screwdriver in there, I think, and get nasty with it. Get me a little picker thing that Rob gave me, one of these maybe. Maybe I can pick it with that. Yeah, it's like a hard varnish type glue, so I'd assume it's... Well, it wouldn't have been super glue. Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, it could have been, couldn't it? I was saying in the 90s it would potentially be. Got no choice, this has got to come off. There's no other way because it's actually in the case moulding. Painful. Hey Rob Head, how are you, mate? Mike Kaz, thank you very much, Mike. IPA might dissolve the glue. Hi, Dwayne. Try a bit of IPA. Acetone would, but it would dissolve all the plastic as well. What I don't want to do is fray the dial cord as well, because then we'd have to replace it. We do not want to be restringing stuff, do we? We leave that to the king of string, Mr. David Tipton. The king of the string. Got it moving a little bit on that side. Ah, what a pain in the backside. It is like varnish, it's really hard. Just trying to break little bits off of it and chip away at it, really. Just using the tips of the tweezers to get in there. Ah, that's got one. Come on. Come on. Cool. Did you hear that twang noise? It's never a good noise. Nearly there. Oh, he's only done it. He's only done it. Thank you, Rob. Wow. It's off. Off and unfrayed. Not afraid, unfrayed. How about that? Whew. Yeah. So now we should better lift it out. It's just these on the right hand side holding it in by the looks of it. A very strange dial cord thing going on down there as well. Okay, lots of other things still holding it in wire wise. Oh, it does smell. We're in business. Spanky, how you doing, mate? You don't need to buy that, Spanky. I'll send that over to you, mate. Bit scary radio to work on, though. Yeah. Drop me an email to remind me, Spanky, and I'll send it over to you, mate. I've got to go toilet again. I've got to go Tutloo again. Dude, the dogs are barking at, but they're barking at somebody. Barking at thin air. What are you barking at? Hey! Noisy sods. Right. Skip Tutloo, and then we'll see if we can get the rest of this board out. Right, we've got to find out where all these wires are going to. Where do all the wires go? Where? How are we all doing anyway? Anyone fallen asleep yet? Or are you all really excited? Evaristo, how you doing, mate? Evaristo, I don't know if that's the way. Thank you, Chris. Bit scary, isn't it? Yeah, I can sort you out a service manual for that, Simon. No worries at all, mate. He spent 5 minutes getting rid of the floating heart. I like the floating heart icon. I liked that. Fancy removing it. Right, so we've got lots of other things plugged in here. That's going to be the light, I believe. We've got a BFO switch there. Which is obviously screwed in behind that little aluminium trim, which we can't get at. Oh no, it is. I can undo that. So what they've done is they've done a lot of this melting of the board to fit things in. This is major. There's lots of melted plastic which is holding wires in place. In case of lamp replacement, loosen screw below. After taking off the metal plate, pull out the lamp together with supporting rubber. That's what it says on that little label. Thank you, Spanky. It's barking at the radio, yeah. So we're still attached here. So let me show you what I mean by this melted over plastic stuff. Look, it'd be easy to use cable ties, wouldn't it? I don't know if you can see their center of the picture. So we've got this wire here from the BFO, look, down here. I don't know if you can't see that because of my arms in the way. Where's my pointery thing? So yeah, we've got this here. See what it does? They've put the cable through it and they've just melted the top across to hold the cable in place. Tough to take on the Los Santos police. Good luck, Aaron. No, Rob, you've been very generous. You've been very generous, mate. So I need to just open that up so as I can get that wire out. I can then disconnect the BFO switch. That's another piece of the puzzle undone. Let's zoom back out again. I was just zooming in to show you what I was up to there. So you can see the BFO switch is up the top here. Secret Engineer, how you doing, Rich? I've either got to melt the plastic or just break the little bit off and remelt it back in afterwards. That come out of there now? Yeah, okay, that's come out of there. So I can undo the screw up there, which is a little one, which I can barely get at because the board's in the way, because I can't get that out of the way. Because these wires are melted in as well, I believe. Yeah, see, these are melted in as well. So I have to break these out. You can't see it, but let's get the camera up there for my reference as well, as you being able to see what I'm up to. Where are we? Yeah, so it's actually melted in underneath there as well. See that? Just out of shot. It's melted in here as well. dear. Yes, they just melted this plastic tag over here, look. Can we get those out one at a time? Yay! That's going to give us a bit more wiggle room. And we've got these lights. Seems to be jammed in there as well. Let's take the light, then we got a light buy out. So let's loosen that and that will release the light. Release Wodger. That's that one out. Hey, now we're in business. Now we're in business, look. So we've got this little screw here to take out. Just two. Oh no, that's the right screwdriver. A little tiny screw there for the BFO switch. We stick that screw back in that hole. We've also got the S meter to take out because that's quite stretched now. That appears to have lots of fibre washers on the top, but nothing on the bottom. Just to pack it out to make it look straight. So I'm going to put those screws back in there. Right, that's the S meter. Now we're really moving. We've got more melted over stuff here, and we've got another light. Let's get our other light bulb out. So again, if these are gone, I have got replacements that'll probably work. Or we could LED it, but then I think it may just operate on mains. That's that one off. We've got more melty stuff here going on. We are nearly clear. Just wondering whether we actually need to take every single thing on the planet off of this or not. We can take the two speaker leads off. But we don't really need to do that, because that can stay in with that switch. And that can stay in maybe. That's wired to the switch, the speaker. We've got this lacing thing going on here, which we're going to snip off. If I can find my snips. Thank you, Chris, for the capacitor fund. I'll tell you what, this is going to eat some capacitors, this one. Right, so that's that speaker disconnected, and that's connected to that speaker. We've got two here that connecting to the radio. Do I just take all of that off? That's just connected via that one. Just undoing this one on the side here now. Yeah, I think it's 1990s, you know. I'm sure I read 1990 something somewhere. That's the headphone socket out. I've got this connector here, which is for the light switch. Have you got a light by switch? And that's all melted together as well. Oh, what's going on there? It's got one of those little cinch switches by the looks of it. Cinch button. No, I'm going to desolder that one because that's going to just break if I try and take that off. Yeah, I'll have to pull that pip there off. That's been melted on as well. I don't want to mess with that really because it's going to break that. So we've got two wires exactly the same colour there, which doesn't help, does it? 1972, you reckon? Oh, 1975 on Radio Museum, is it? Definitely looking like a 70s radio, isn't it? I'm just trying to see if I can find something to colour these wires in with. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just leave a little tiny bit on because there's loads of wire on this. In fact, there's 3 wires of the same colour, but I don't think. So I'm going to snip that one through the black marked bit, and that might come off there. So we know they go together. So that goes to the light switch. So let's just tape those together a minute. I did have some Kapton tape here. Kapton. So we know those two go together. We can snip that other one off because that is on the transformer. I'm going to have trouble soldering that one back on. I should be able to. That's a thicker wire anyway, so that's that one disconnected. That one's disconnected but still connected to the set. So if we, let me think here, Graham, there's lots of the same colour wires here. Black and white. Let's snip that. Leave a little tail on each. That's the speaker out the way. So the only other thing is the transformer. So it looks like we've got 2 screws to get that undone at the bottom. And the nuts are turning as well. They must have put some goop on these because they're not coming undone easily. Yep, lots of nastiness on there. One. I'll tell you what, I'm very nervous about the wire going, the dial cord jumping off of this. That would be my worst nightmare. Caution, do not remove screws. Why not? I'm doing it. Why can't I remove them? Christoph, how you doing, mate? So, yeah, I think there's a ferrite or something in there. Could be a bridge rectifier, something's wrapped up inside there. So now, yay! We're free at last! Let's get rid of that. Whew! Freedom! Wow, what a rat's nest. Crazy, crazy, crazy. But we're here. It's out. Cheers, Sandra. Catch you soon, mate. Spent most of your Sunday replacing broken RCA jacks on an amp. Yeah, I did mine a few years ago, Christoph, on my Audio Lab. Luckily, I was able to contact Audio Lab and get the jack plug module from them. So quite lucky there. Right, we can bet your life that there's going to be lots of capacitors behind these, can't you? We'll have to very carefully try and poke the desoldering tool through. I bet there is. Yeah, there is. Well, there's these 2 big ones here. I think I might just be able to get at those. It's got all this horrible glue all over it as well. We've got to somehow get this switch apart. That does look a bit... Yeah, that's loose as well on the board, that power switch. Need to tighten that up. That's got to come out. I'm going to have to pull the bottom of that out, I think, and I can try some switch cleaner in there first. See how reliable it gets, but it definitely looks like that's the issue. See what I mean about all the wires hanging off of it now? Like if I lift it up, look at all the spaghetti hanging off of that. Bound to pull one off. Where do we begin? I mean, yeah, Unicon these are all going to be pretty ropey. That one looks like it's burnt back a bit up there. Yeah, that one looks like it's burnt back a little bit. There's not a lot of plastic over that, so it's shrunk. Should be doable. Yep. So most of the caps are down in this area in the amplifier, and luckily that's away from the dial cord. The only problem is flipping the board over with all this stuff still connected to it. I mean, this is the secondary of the transformer there. Take that off. Where will that get me? That gets me onto there. There's just so much wires. I'm going to get in all sorts of trouble here, I think, if I'm not careful. I mean, that's AC, so it doesn't really matter which way around it goes. It's all wire wrapped as well. I can take that off. That off. That's off anyway. That S meter, I can just disconnect the two wires on that to get that out of my face. Yeah, I'm going to have to, because I'm only going to end up ripping the wires off, so I'm going to have to take these off. Let's cable tie those three together, because that's the output from the transformer. Let's colour one black. I don't suppose it matters which way round they go, although it might do. Smells good. I need to get the finger in me shortly, so stay tuned. Well, let's snip that one then. That's that one snipped. What else have we got? That can stay in. That's just a headphone socket. That won't hurt. Just sort of jam that on somewhere. Stop it moving about, maybe. Yeah, I'll stop that moving around. What else have we got? So we've got a blue tapping coming out of here. That's going to be the other winding for the light, I expect. So let's just colour that one, because that one went over to the light switch. Then we got the black wire comes from this thing here. How are we going to do that one, Graham? Want some white tape for that. Bear with me, I'll catch up with the chat in a second. I just need to concentrate on this as I get all the wires marked up, otherwise we're going to be in all sorts of trouble. All sorts of trouble. really need that much tape, Grim, do you? Okay, that's that one. What else have we got connected still? What's there? Disconnected, disconnected, disconnected. Right, that's a transformer out of the way, which is good news. That's gone. Just this S meter. I could just cable tie that on there. That won't get in the way then. It won't jump off, will it? Another little cable tie. Not small enough. I'll go through there though. I just don't want it hanging off of the wires because it will, guarantee it'll break the wires off and you won't know where the hell they've gone. So, as I say, we've got a schematic, but we've got no board layout or circuit info. There, that's a bit more manageable. Right, excellent. Right, now we can start some work. Let's fire up the desoldering tool and the soldering iron. Clear up the bench a bit, and Operation Recap can begin. Seems like I've got every tool that I've got out on the bench. Nothing new really. Never been a really tidy worker, to be honest. Right. Now we're in business. Okay. Much, much easier to work on now. You have to make a cuppa. Catch you in a minute, Brat. Not very firmly. It's all a bit loosey, elastic. I mean, look at this dial cord arrangement here. It's bizarre. I mean, how do you restring that? Can you see that? I don't think you really can. It's actually, I've actually got something in shot for a change, but look at the dial cord on that. Look. So it comes off of this wheel and then it goes around this nylon peg and onto these pulleys here. And the same on the top one. If I can get it to focus. Come on, there you are. It's like I say on the top one, so it comes off around this and then around those two spools there. I mean, you imagine having to restring that. Whew, wow, I wouldn't restring that, I don't think. It would be the end of me. So you can see we've got lots of caps in there to do. We've got these two big ones over here. Then we go into the amplifier section. Lots to do in around there, coming over here, more to do up around here. The odd couple up the top. One over by the volume pot. It's all sort of in this area down the bottom really, so plenty to be going at. It doesn't sound too bad at the moment anyway, really, so we're not going to gain a massive amount apart from the lifetime of the radio being extended, I suppose. It's lasted this many years, so it should last many more to come once we've done this. So let's get some finger going. Let's get the infamous bishop's finger inside me. I've got to have it. So here we go, the bishop's finger. Sounds like someone's out strimming. Hardcore out here, see? Hardcore. Anyway, cheers everybody. Here's to a successful recap. Old Peculiar is nice. You're using your microscope in anger tomorrow for a motherboard repair. I've got issues with the camera on mine, Rich. Still trying to get to grips with that. It's did I not cable tie that up as well? I should have cable tied that in as well, shouldn't I? Yeah, it's the software and trying to get it to link up so what I'm looking at through this microscope is the same as what you're seeing on the screen. I need to do a bit more research, Rich. But yeah, it's a brilliant bit of kit. I mean, it works fantastic. Look at that wafer switch. That is a monster switch. That is. Jeez. Dare I lubricate that? Let's start with these two then. Let's get these big ones off. Of course, it's right by this cable thing here and right by the dial cord. That's great. Where the hell is it? There's one side. This is a bit scary. Right, let's get Sean's blocks just to prop this board up a minute. No, the manual doesn't really say a lot, Rob. It refers to the software which isn't working. None of the controls on the camera work. I know other people use it, so I will have to have a look. I know Wayne had fun and games with his when he set it up originally. Well, let's get my eyes on. Eyes down and looking. If I stick this other camera on, I can talk to you on that one then. It's getting a bit blown out by the window, actually. And a bit blown out by the light. That's sort of in the middle about there. Let's go that way. I can see you on this camera then. Not I'm sure you want to see me at all, really, but I'm just going to lift this cable retaining piece here. See if we can find out where the other lead for this capacitor is. So I think we've got there and there, right in under. Oh my, it's right beside everything that I don't want it to be beside. It's not beside the seaside either. So I want that cable retainer to go back across those cables afterwards, so be sort of fairly careful what I'm up to here. And I am dangerously close to the dial cord as well. Let's get that out of the way. Right, going in. I've got to be careful because this is glued as well, so if I can release the glue. Hey Harvey, how you doing, mate? The bishop's finger. I mean, really everybody needs to try the finger. Still waiting on my sponsorship deal. Right, I need to make doubly sure. So the negative is there. It is actually marked on the board, the negative. That's good. Okay, so that's 1000 at 16 volts. I'm sure we've got one of those. So let's have a look where that is. That's got to be, that's on the AC coming in, I believe. Wire more rather than a wire less. Let's have a look at the schematic. Okay, so there's one of the thousands. Where's the other one then? There's the other one. So one looks like it's in between the positive and negative. So if that one was short, we'd be in problems. We'd have problems. And the other one looks like it's on the power supply section. Yeah, after the diodes, so that's our filter cap there, really. C602. 1000. That's 16 volts. That says 6.3 volts though. Maybe this other one's 6.3 volts. Got those. Rubicon. Nice bit of finger. Any other 1000 at 16 volts? Nope. Thousand at 35. To be honest, 1000 at 35 is still smaller than that. I'm going to use these. These are 1000 at 16 Rubicon. Good quality caps. So let's get in here and solder that back across. No, the repair is going to be the actual power switch, Harvey. I'm just replacing the caps as per the owner's request. Just give it a longer lease of life. Hopefully. As long as we don't touch the dial cord, then it'll be in the bin, I think. Do not want to restring that without a service manual, I can tell you. Right, so we need to... Sorry, it didn't go in there before. Hang on, no, the other one's down there as well, so I need to just keep this out for a minute. I'll just do this one. This is a bit scary. So again, it's stuck with that nasty glue. It's another 1000 at 16 volts, okay. So they lied. So get that one, another one in there, and we'll test those, see what they're like. want to get that thing back in there, so it's like... I just want to resolder that little bridge thing they put in there to hold the wires back. Seems a lot of effort just to hold wires, doesn't it? Right, they're back in, and those two caps are done. Two brand new Rubicon. Let's see what these Unicorn are like. Bit of corrosion on the leg of that one. Here we go then. Capacitor bingo time. If I can find my ESR meter, which has jumped off the bench. Just made a bid for freedom, but I've got it. It's not going to escape. Oh, get off. So I've got to get the microscope mounted up on the table that my stabber lock is on, my comms test set. Must do some more amateur radio or CB radio stuff as well. Got lots of that still to do, including a couple Yaesu HF rigs which I've got to have a play with. Okay, right, 1000 microfarads then. 1000 microfarads, 16 volts. What do you think they're going to be like? So these are in the power supply section. One is the filter cap, and the other one looks like it's well, they're both filter caps really, because one is in between the positive and negative supply. Eyes down looking, 1000 microfarads. No fingers. Double kidnapped, Harvey. No worries, mate. Well, the finger's going down well. The finger is going down well. Quite a few gassing on the first 1000. Japan. Unicorn. So some of you thinking it's gone low. Could be. You tend to find that they go low if they've been stressed. So if it's had a bit of extra voltage up it or something like that, then it would go low. But normally they go high, but you never know. You never know. Multi's gone high at 1600 microfarad. Ahem, aham. Oh, yeah, you had 1100 IF. It's got this lovely conductive glue stuck all over it. There's any date code on these? I don't think there is. I can't see anything with a date code so far. The only thing that might have a date code is the IC. Which has got a cover welded on it, just for good measure. A bit of heat sinking, I suppose. Right, let's do it then. Are we all ready? Are we all ready? Are you done? Where's Theo with my line? Here we go then. Hello? Have we got a dodgy lead, or it's not a component according to that? Yeah, it must be a dodgy lead, isn't it? Surely. Let's give it a bit of a rub up. No. What? Okay, let's go to plan B then. The LCR meter. Let's have a look, see what it is actually reading then. This could be in the nanofarads then. No way, surely not. This could be why the power supply smells a bit, because it's gone and died. Oh, well, that's reading as 1166. 1166. So I don't know what's up with my ESR meter. Maybe we've got a battery issue, or we got problems with the leads again. Let's try that again. I bet we got problems with the leads in it. Especially being it was hanging off the bench just now. Let's try that again then. Yeah, I bet we've got lead issues. Okay, time to take the LCR meter, not the LCR, the ESR meter. Retrotech's got it, has he? Well done, Christoph. Yeah, you have. 1176. Still there. Let's see what resistance we've got on the leads. Have we got dodgy leads? So the black one first. Oh, it's going to be to that one, is it? Well, that one's open circuit. Let's try the red one. The red one's connected. But the black one is open circuit. So, is it the probe or the lead? So just the lead to start with. It's the lead. I know I've got the battery in, but that shouldn't make any difference. Let's try that again with the battery out. No, we have a buggered lead again. This happens all the time with these. So we are repairing the ESR meter now. It's a change of plan. We are repairing the ESR meter. So let me just get you down so you can see what the hell's going on. So this is inside the meter. Now there's a break somewhere between that connection there and that one there. So this is just the wire for the meter. So the red one's fine, but the black one, which goes to this side, is not connected. So let's pop that off a minute. It's not the first time I've done this. Let's pull that out. Not that it's going to do anything without the power switch being put on, but so what we'll do is just move the that little rubber sleeve up to say there. We'll cut the wires. Let's cut them back a bit to say there. Let's see if we've got continuity now. So I'm not using it on buzzer because I want to see the actual resistance. I don't just want it to beep. So let's see if we've got continuity now on that black lead. No. Still nothing. Let's just check the red lead to make doubly sure that we're not looking at the wrong meter. No, so definitely we've still got a break in the black lead. Does that mean it's this side? It could be that it's this end, you see. So just unscrew that. Will it unscrew or does it clip? I do like these little tiny... Yeah, I think it's gone there, you know. It feels very wibbly there. I'm sure I've had these off before, but I've got to be really careful because these are quite fragile. Let's get my eyes on. Sounds like Maddie's going out for a walk. I'm sure I've had these off before. think the only way I'm going to get that off is to heat it up with the hot air and pull it off. Not at 400 though. Let's go down a little bit lower than that. Oh, steady. Pulling the cameras out and all now. There she blows. Just need a bit of brute force and ignorance, yeah, so just heating it up, just expanded it a little bit. It is a bit warm now though. There's got to be broken there somewhere. It's a shame because it now means that one lead's going to be shorter than the other. I think I did this on one of my other meters. Yeah, that one there. No. Well, I've only got 3, so it's got to be one of them that I've done it on. Yeah, I reckon it's broken there, look, because it really wants to bend there. It really, really wants to bend there. You can get replacement leads, yeah. Yeah, that's let go there, look. That's let go there. I just get the crimping pliers. Let's go in. The wire strippers. I mean, I don't know if you can see, but that's very spongy there. There's no cable in there. It's broken just there. Okay. There's our brake. I mean, I didn't cut through that. I just used the wire strippers. So how far is it just broken there? Let's just snip it back a little bit further. Let's just test that with a meter. I'll just put a little tiny bit of solder on that, actually, stop it getting frayed. Maddie going maze, yeah. And just tin the end, stop it getting frayed. To do the same to the other ends, really, because that's already getting frayed. Right. You stay on there, you monkey, don't you jump over there. Let's try the meter again. Right, that's on negative. If I can pin it down. Yay! There he is. There he is. So now we've got to get the wire out of the other one. Let's get my knackered third hand tool in. Let's go get the wire out of this one. Let's just suck the solder out of that as well. I can't really see that because it wants to focus on what's behind, but get off. It's a fly on me. Right. That needs to go on there. Let's give a little squirt of the old Fluxaroonie. Shall we do it lead free? No. Let's use a good old leaded. Let's get rid of the flux. Cool. Am I going to have to heat that back up again to get it in? Or would it be nice to me? There's my little jeweler's pliers. Oh, steady. Cool. Oh yeah, I'm going to have to heat it up again. There we go. Right. Just got to solder it back onto the doodad. You monster. So the PVC is stretched now. So I'm going to cut it back further. We will get round to doing the ESR in a minute. We will get round to it in a minute. Oh dear. Actually, will these? I wonder if I can poke them in the hole. Just wondering if these are actually got through holes on them. Yeah, it's always Maddie going mad. I'll tell you what, it doesn't like lead-free solder, this desoldering tool. I don't even know why I'm using it. I've got the desoldering gun heated up. Dear, oh dear. Right. So she can now poke the wires in the hole. Poking in the hole on. That's one. Poked into Holland. Let's get the other one. Two. Deflux. What deflux is going on? Push our little rubber waste of time clamp thing on there. Battery. And should be back in business. Get off. It's a fly here. I got bitten to death the other week by a horsefly. Bit me 3 times on the leg, and my leg took about 3-4 weeks to recover. Nightmare. Right, let's see. Let's see what this will read now. Let's try this again. Hopefully it works now. If not, it'll be flying out the window pretty sharpish. 1108 and 0.78, so that was a good cap. Let's try the other one. How about that? They're both bang on. It seems a shame to change them, doesn't it? That doesn't test them for leakage, mind you, but it's a good indication ESR. If it's got high ESR, it's likely to be on its way out or leaking. So we have a working ESR meter again, and we've done 2 caps. So far we've replaced 2 caps and 45 minutes to go. We're not doing bad, are we? Right, let's crack on then. So we've done those 2, no issues with those really. In the power supply, we've got, let's do the harder ones first, shall we? Got one here, in underneath all this wiring. That is it. I don't know where that one is. Unless it's there. They're virtually touching. Definitely that one. Not that one. Where are you then? Can't be all the way over there, can it? Have they stretched it that far? God, it's a bit of a rat's nest underneath here. It is there. Stretch the legs a bit on that one. So 2,200 at 16 volts. Yeah, they've done a little dog leg on the leg on that one. You can't see that. I'm a bit far out, aren't I, really? Let's get in a bit. So yeah, it's a bit of a dog leg they've done on the leg of that one to make it fit. So we're going to have to do the same, I expect. 2,200. 25 volts. 10 volts. 10 volts. It looks like it's 25 volts then. So which one have they done the old dog legger on? The negative. Right, 2200 at 16 volts. What do you think? $2,200 at 16 volts. Let's get that one out while you're having a think of that. That's great because that's got a wire attached to it. Sorry, not 2,000. Scrap that. Have another guess. It's 220. 220 microfarads. My fault. 220. $220 at 16 volts. $220 at 16 volts, and I've got another one out as well, which I'll tell you about in a minute. Just solder it back in. $220, 16 volts. So anyone that's thought 2,200, scrap that and have another guess. 220, not 2,200. While I get the finger, finish getting the finger in me. This is another Unicorn. How are we all doing? I think we've won another guess, haven't we? Let's do it then. $273. So again, it's not really bad, is it? It's not anywhere near as bad as I thought it would be. And this is the amplifier stage as well, which is usually quite capacitor hungry. Well, the next one I got lined up is a 33. It's a 33 microfarad this time. If I can find it, it was here somewhere. There he is. A little 33 at 10 volts. Again, same company, Unicorn. Looks like they've used all the same. $33. All the threes, 33. let's pull another one while you're thinking about that. Get off. $33. Are you all done? So I've just pulled another one. Here we go then. Here we go. Let's get it round. That way might be easier. There we go. Ooh, that's got high ESR, so that one is shot. 49.46, so nearly 50. Nearly 50, so Brett's got 47. Thanks Tron Music for subscribing. 47. Very nice, Bill. Oh dear. I think it's Brett, isn't it? I think. Oh, hang on. Rob's coming with 48. Oh no, 38. It's Brett. 47. It's Brett. 47. Okay. That one was shot, so that, you know, we're now looking at it's actually not too bad a job we have done right here. So the next one I've got is 47 microfarads next. 47 microfarads. Microfarets. Talking of ferrets, anybody watching the darts later? Got any darts fans on here? World Match Play final tonight from 8 o'clock. And we've also got the Grand Prix on today as well. It's all going on today. It's going mental here. Let me get another one out while you're having a guess of that. I'm motoring through them. I'm going to get the ones in the amplifier section done here, I reckon, before the witching hour. They've really stretched the legs on these. Oh, I've got bloody one's right underneath there. Tour de France as well, is it? It's all happening. And we've got the cricket on as well, isn't it? And golf. It's all going mental at the moment. Everything's on. But no, I do like the darts. And I do like the Grand Prix. It's a bit of a toss-up. So we've recorded the Grand Prix and we're going to watch the darts. I think that's the key. That's how it's gone. Is that there? Or is it? It can't be there. It's got to be there. No. Ow! Well, that was hot. Whatever that was I touched. Right, how are we doing? How are we doing on our 47? Chris has gone for 70. Hell. Let's do it. Let's push the button. 58.7. Graham Eastwood, 57. We got Theo on 59. So 1.78. 50. Oh, you're gonna have to do the maths for me on that. I can't work that out. You're gonna have to do the maths. Anyway, the ESR is way too high on that one, so that one was shot. So I've got these next three ready to pull out in the amplifier. I'll do these three, and then that's going to be it for today, I think. So the first one is this one, which is a 3.3, I believe. That makes me wonder if that other one was a 33 now. 3.3, the next one then. 3.3. It's a baby one. 3.3. We'll go deep for 3.3s. .3, 50 volts. We don't want 50 volts, do we? It looks like we're going to have 50 volts. I think that flies at me, you know. Another 3.3. And what's this one? Another 33. Right, so concentrate on the first 3.3 first then. While I get these three soldered in quickly, and then we'll give them a test. Mrs. Cruncher likes darts as well, so she's going to be watching intently later. Doesn't sound like we've got many darts fans on here. But you, I haven't been paying attention to the chat, have I? Naughty of me. Well, I do pay attention. Not heard nothing from Mr. Man Cave today. Not heard from Sean for a week or so. Hopefully he's all okay. I'll tell you what, that's madness on this. Just look at this for a minute, look. Let me just, we'll do the 3.3 shortly, but Have a look at this dial cord down here, look. Look at that. Now that dial cord is rubbing across all of those wires, look. See, all of these wires have got a groove on them where they've been rubbing through this dial cord. It's like a little bit of soldered wire there down on the board. It looks like that needs to come up a little bit. I've been rubbing on those for years. There's a solder leg there as well. That's madness, isn't it? I mean, they've got all these blimmin' little bits of wire holding it down. Why on earth haven't they got a bit down there holding that together? Madness. First rate, I've literally just got all the bits in for it, Chris. Literally, the last part came for it on Friday, mate. But I was out painting the house on Friday, so I was making the most of the very small window of opportunity when we didn't have any rain. Right, 3.3. Let's do it. Ooh, 4.2 at 3.6 ESR. 4.1 for Dorf, 0.1 out. Well done, Brett. 4.4 multi is close. But I think, oh, hang on, Carther's come in late. Carther, can we accept that? Can we accept that? Right, next one's another 3.3. A bit high ESR on that one. So next one's another 3.3. Eyes down looking. Catch you soon, Christoph. So yeah, that's the bits that just arrived, Chris, on Friday. That's the bit to attach the thing to. So my plan, I've got these washers as well. So I've got big penny washers and smaller washers. This isn't the exact aerial, but it's one that's exactly the same pretty much. So we've got this, this is the aerial I'm going to fit, Chris. This is not the exact aerial, but it's exactly the same. Just the other one's better than this. So what's going to happen? Still looking for the 3.3 people. Is I've got two what they call penny washers and one normal. These are M16, I believe. And I've got, where's my little tags there? They were hard to find, the M16 tag. So the idea is that that will go through there and up onto the place where the old aerial was. Then I'm going to put another washer in as a spacer, like that, because that'll take up the depth of the leather and it'll stop these washers squashing together. Then I'm going to put another one. Then I'm going to put, I've got a lock washer, so I'm going to put this solder tag on, and then I'm going to screw that on. There's a lock washer with it as well, so that'll be your aerial. See, I'll have to tighten it all up, but that will be sticking out of your top of your case like that. We'll see with the end on it. I say this was just, it's good enough area, it's just not got the end button on it, that's all. So that'll be hopefully good to go, because you've got a massive great hole in the top of the other radio, see? So that should cover it, I'm hoping. Anyway, 3.3 then. Do it. Oh! Ooh! ESR is bad on that one. 3.87 microfarads, but 7 ohms ESR. So 3.87. Mick has got 3.98. Rob's got 3.8. Or was that the previous one? I'm confused now. I think it's Rob. I think it's Rob. There you go, Rob. Winner, winner. Right. And the last one. 33. Well done, Rob. On the 33s, 25 volts, 25 volts on the 3.3s. Yeah, 25 volts, Benji. And this one is 10 volts, 33 microfarads. Let's turn that off for now. So while you're thinking about that, I will quickly go and get the other radio, and I can just quickly show you the aerial situation and what I'm hoping will work. I haven't tried this with the radio yet, because I say, literally they've only just arrived. Well, Friday, but I've got the case handy. Just about, yeah. Ding ding ding. It's 33, Rob. Supposed to be 33. 33. $39.7, 40 for Bill. Going high. Tarty tree. That's the Irish way of saying it. It's only because I've been drinking Guinness, see? I can talk with Irish accent now. Like proper like. I reckon I'm going to need 2 spacer washers on that. Are we all done? Oh, Brett, we're still going. 37. Dirty tree. Dirty tree. What the? What, Bill? Hang on, no, we don't want screen cap. We want me. Dirty tree. Tarty far. Farty tour. Now we're getting really confused now. You're confusing me now. Let's give that one a little tweak. Still going. Dwarf 35. Did that thing just bite me then? Usually, I got bit last time. I said to the doctor, it's because I had to send photos of my leg in to the doctors, believe it or not. It came up that bad. He said if it was a really persistent fly, then it's more than likely was a horse fly. So, it certainly was. Right, let's do it. The last one. Ooh, 50.84. 2.7 is a bit high. I know you can look at charts and that and they'll tell you different, but that should be below 1. Precision. So 50.04. 56 for Brett. I'm sure someone was closer to 50 than that. $38.5. It is higher. 56, Brett. Bill. That's Brett again, is it? Bill, you've capped yourself out, mate. You've decapped yourself. Right, okay. That's as far as we'll go with that today. We may well revisit that next week. Let me just quickly give you a run through on this radio then. So this is the radio that we did for Chris. Remember, with the dodgy dial cord and all the rest of it. So one of the problems was the aerial. Now, the aerial wasn't from this set, and it had this big bulky, what should we call it, on the top. So it had this big thing here on top. The aerial that was with it wasn't the aerial for the set. It was one that someone had just put in. But I couldn't get anything that would go in there at all, and it was really long, so I needed an aerial that would pull up through. That's why I decided to go with one of these ones with the articulated bit and the end stop. So what happens with these is when you pull them up, that goes there and it acts as an end stop, and it still gives you the swivel, you see. So this is the actual aerial I'm going to fit now. This is a decent one with a decent end cap. So if I got that, obviously that's way too big to fit in the hole. I'm not going to be able to do anything. I can't modify this in any way, because that's like a die cast part. I did look at getting them apart, but they won't come apart, so that was out the door. So I took that out of the case and it left me with this big hole. Now it is really deep. I don't know if you can see the depth on the camera, but it is quite a depth of the leather. So my idea was to get some of these washers, and they're just about the right size, look, to go in there, to use as spacers, and I reckon I'm going to need 3 of those. So the idea was this aerial has got a lock washer and a back nut on it. So I bought this this solder tag. So the idea was that this was going to go through there, and that's a better fit actually than the other one. And then we're going to put these washers on to pack in between. So I reckon I'm going to have 3 on there. Luckily it came in a pack of 6. Actually, three is going to be too deep, so I think 2 is going to be fine. Because I want it to be able to bite into the leather a little bit, because we don't really want it rotating around. There's not a lot I'm going to be able to do to stop that. So then the idea, let's just get these bits off. See if I can get it around so you can see it again. I have got the hole in the back now for the bit, and I have made the hole for the power jack. That's all done. So the idea is that this will go down in there. Then we should just have enough, I reckon, to get that washer on there. Yeah, once those other ones are pushed in. Oops. You can't really see there, can you? Let me just get it flat on the bench, and then I can actually put it together while you're watching. So the idea is to pop another washer on there. Actually, looking at this, I can pack a few more in there. I can pack more in there. Because we've got this metal plate as well. Or is that metal plate just that little bit too big? I don't think it is. So then we'll have a big flat washer. No, it might be that that metal plate is just that little bit too big. I don't know, one has gone in, the other hasn't. Have we got one washer that's very slightly bigger than the other? One's got a rough edge, maybe? Yeah, I'm going to have to just fire a fraction off of that, I think. That's just a fraction too big, so I'll need to get the old round file on there. So what will happen next is that'll go on there. Then we'll have our solder tag. I don't know if I'm going to get that lock washer in. How much room have I got there? Not a lot. Will our lock washer go in? Where is the lock washer? No, I need the lock washer first, I think. No, it might be all right like that. Then our back nut. It's going to be tight. Yes. I think it's going to go. I'm not going to do it right up fully now, but you can sort of see what I'm getting at. So there's a wire that's got to come off of here that connects to the aerial. Let's tighten it up a little bit. There we go. So we get the radio back up right now. Yeah. So we now have an aerial that will swivel as well. What do you think? How about that? I can call Oasis Hut. I can cause you an addiction. That is better than I could have imagined, to be honest. That has come out really, really well. Considering we had a busted aerial before, and this lump of stuff here on it, I think that's pretty neat. It's not the best, strongest clip on the planet, but that'll work. Some careful adjustment with a 4-pound trimming tool. That looks pretty good, doesn't it? I mean, it's covered up the hole perfectly. It took some doing to find the right size washers, though, believe me. And I do need to just put a couple more inside just to take up the slack, but that is job done. So there you go, Chris. That's the update on your radio, and I've drilled the hole there with a power jack. And as I say, I've drilled it in underneath, ready for the socket. Screw holes all drilled out. Just got to wire it up to this switch here now. You can't see. Just got to wire it up to this switch, and then we're done, Chris. So it's there. I was just, as I say, waiting for that that solder tag to arrive. There you are. So that's it. That's all, folks, for today. Let's just catch up with some of the chat then. Brett, you've done the triple today. A hat trick, Brett. Not over here though, Bill. We can't find any over here. There's nothing, Bill. Hi, Tom and Susie. How are you? Never could beat a Zenith. No, it's not a Zenith, is it? No, this is the one that what was the problem with this one again? I lost track of it now. I think we did recap it, but it had a problem with the power supply. There's all sorts of problems with it. Don't electricians ever own spanners? I have got some spanners, but they're down in the car tool part. Rich. Cheers. It's good enough for rich folks. Thanks, Les. Cheers, mate. Cheers, all. Thanks, Theo. Thanks, all. Cheers, Spanky. Yeah, it's good to have you back on board, Spanky. I expect you've been busy with work, haven't you? Cheers, Dwarf. It's the finger, wasn't it? Bikes and darts. Cars and darts. Cars and darts. Formula One. So that's all for today, people. Thank you very much for all the super chats, new subscribers and Patreons, members, tips. Thanks very, very much. So I shall see you. Yeah, they are crazy, Bill, aren't they? It's the General Electric World Monitor. Yeah, we had to do the dial cord. That was the other thing that broke, wasn't it? So cheers, everybody. Have a good one. And I will catch you next week, if not before. So bye for now.